All right, hello everybody. Currently have a tornado warning for St. Louis. This is going to impact the north side of the city. I got us zoomed in right now. It's a little hard to tell at the moment, and it also sucks that we do not have the airport radar. But as you can see, a little kink there, a little hook that is going to impact parts of looks like Jennings, Ferguson. Actually, Ferguson, you need to be in your safe spot. The rotation's directly over you right now, so we're going to keep an eye on that. I've already had some issues with the stream. It looks like we've got some server issues with Restream right now. I was able to go live earlier, and I had to rearrange some things, so that's very interesting as well. I don't know if I'm even. Hopefully, everyone can hear me as I'm live and should be on all platforms at this time. So here's that current tornado warning for St. Louis. If for some odd reason this stream was to go down, I will try my best to get it set back up. I should have everything really good to go today, minus just technology not working for us. And so far, I know Microsoft is having some issues as well. So you'll just have to bear with me as we get through this. But some things to look over right now. Like I had mentioned, let's just go full picture here. Starting to clear out here in southern Illinois. We have now really cleared out those storms we had earlier this morning. We're starting to see some more cloud cover develop. I was just looking at our latest satellite picture. Let me pull that back up because I have been actually behind a little bit, but regardless, glad you guys are here. I'm going to keep you guys up to date with the latest and greatest, and it looks like actually so just getting an update here from the National Weather Service in St. Louis. Still monitoring that broad circulation. Looks like it has weakened, but still something that's concerning at this time. And you can tell right there it has weakened a little bit. But we'll keep an eye on that as that crosses over the river. But like I said, those along I-70 from St. Louis really all the way to Terre Haute, you need to be ready. This is going to be a very dangerous area of flash flooding, severe storms, one right after the next, really until about 8 o'clock tonight. So those of you really need to be paying attention if you live along, especially in St. Louis and around St. Louis and along I-70 from Terre Haute all the way to St. Louis. This area right here, I'll go ahead and circle it. Very concerned about for flash flooding, life-threatening flash flooding, especially along I-70, and severe storms capable of producing tornadoes, large hail, damaging winds, the whole 9 yards. So here in southern Illinois, I kind of had a post earlier, and I'm trying to do a lot of things right now. This area right here, southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, this area right here has the highest potential and highest numbers right now for overall tornadic development. So any storms that do develop in this area will have a high risk of producing tornadoes. Some of those could be strong. We're going to keep an eye on that. But like I said, right now we're quiet. We hope it stays that way. I hope I am completely wrong about today. I really do. I hope we see no storms. I think the likelihood of that is low. But I really hope I am wrong. That'd be one of those things where I could see that, I would accept the fact that I'm wrong on that. So timing, once again, we're about an hour away. We still have some cooking to do here in the atmosphere. So we got about an hour and a half until we really have to start watching things, especially off to our west in that area that I have circled. So I'll go ahead and take that off. Let's go back up to St. Louis here. I will zoom back in and we'll double box this so we can see everything. But yeah, the rotation really broad, but it's going to be really close to Granite City, going to be just to the north. Glen Carbon, heads up. Well, it's going to go right through the north side of the city, so just heads up. Like I said, nothing confirmed. This is just a radar indicated threat. But we're going to continue to watch this as it pushes off to the east. And it is moving at about, let's see here, 35 miles an hour. You're going to hear me go in and out. Looks like we did get a tornado watch issued, I believe. I believe someone just posted that in the chat. Um, like I said, guys, I've had some technical difficulties, okay? There are some problems around the nation, not just here in Southern Illinois, but there's some Microsoft issues, there's internet issues. It's been sporadic today. There's actually phone line issues as we speak as well. So bear with me. Like I said, everything is good at the moment here. So, like I said, if for some odd reason this live stream drops, don't freak out. I will try my best to get it back up and going. It may take a couple minutes, but I will stay on the air as long as possible. I should have everything backed up and ready to go. Sorry, I'm trying to go through and look. So someone did post a tornado watch. Okay, so it looks like there wasn't an MD issued for all that, so it does not surprise me that a tornado watch has been issued. That means that we are starting to see conditions, maybe starting to see, sorry, I'm doing like 4,000 things at once right now, so I do apologize. Give me 1 second here, kind of looking over everything. Let's go ahead. So unless I am missing something, I am not seeing this tornado watch. So, like I said, we've had there's a lot of communication issues right now, which is not good on a day like today. I'm not saying you guys are wrong by any chance. So, like I said, I'm going to wait to give you guys the overall heads up on that. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, there it is. Actually, I apologize. We just got it. Okay. Like I said, the communication's been rough, but Edwards, Franklin, Hamilton, Jackson, Jefferson, Perry, Perryville, Missouri, Wayne, and White counties, all in Illinois, tornado watch has been issued. This will be interesting. I don't know. I don't think it's going to tell me just yet, but we'll see if this is possibly a PDS, which I'm going to say no. But if it is somehow a PDS, that would be meaning a particularly dangerous situation, which is the highest tornado watch you can have issued, thus meaning that we are going to, so it looks like this is just a normal tornado watch. And this is going to go for the areas that I'm most concerned about. So I'm going to go ahead and post that so we can get that out. Like I said, I'm kind of a one-man crew today. Typically I am, but like I said, I want to make sure I can get out all this information. So main tornado watch out until 9 p.m. and that sounds about right, guys. I mean, typically you see tornado watches that go well beyond the time frame, but honestly, 9 p.m. We're going to be in that threat for a long time. So go ahead and get this posted here on the Storm Predictor. I'm also monitoring chat as well for this tornado warning that we have in St. Louis. This is a radar indicated threat as of right now, so this is not nothing to panic about, but please respect the polygon and make sure that you guys are heeding these warnings. So I'm going to go ahead and try to pin that. And like I said, guys, those of you that have friends and family in Southern Illinois, St. Louis, areas that may not have good communication, I can help out, so feel free to share the stream. I'm broadcasting on YouTube, X, TikTok, and here on Facebook. So everything should be working pretty good right now. I'm also watching satellite right now. So this is our one main storm that we've been concerned about right now. And this will continue to move off near Granite City. So those of you in Granite City probably need to be getting to your safe spot right now as we continue to monitor this. But just to go through real quick, timing again. Timing is going to be the same. 2 p.m. till about 11 p.m. tonight, guys. Multiple rounds of severe weather. We're really going to start to see things possibly deteriorate here in the next hour or two. That's what we're kind of monitoring this area here in Southern Illinois, southeast Missouri. Like I mentioned before, this is the area I am most concerned about right now. And that is the area that has the highest numbers for atmospheric conditions that could produce some very very strong tornadoes. So it's definitely not out of the question. So the tornado risk with this tornado watch is high, believe it or not. And EF2 plus tornadoes is moderate. So this is really a step right below a PDS tornado watch, and I would treat it as such. And I think the reason why they're not treating it as such is because their confidence level in storm development is still low at this time. So like I said, we are just really waiting and we're monitoring very closely to see if this capping layer and these storms can develop. So you guys probably heard me talk about the cap and everything else earlier in the week. We had, there's different steps. We have the morning convection, which typically strong systems will have that. That's what we had this morning. We had some severe weather. Secondary is starting to have that warm front push up above our region. That's where it's setting up right now, right along I-64. Carbondale was near 80, if not right at 80 earlier. Cape Girardeau was in the lower 80s. So we're starting to get that moisture and that heat. So very unstable conditions across that area that I have circled right now. And that's going to pose a concern for if we do see storm development. So right now we're just waiting. That's all we're doing. If we start to see storms develop, which I personally think we will start to see storms develop here in about the next hour or two. That's when we need to kind of sounding the alarm a little bit. So right now, I'm going to take that off. Let's go ahead and zoom back in here to the St. Louis area. Like I said, I'll be in and out of chat a little bit. So sirens are sounding in St. Louis County along with Belleville. Belleville, you're not included in this tornado warning. This is going to go north of you. Cahokia, this is going to go north of you. And like I said, regardless of the tornado warning, massive amount of storms on the backside. This is just going to train over the same areas over and over again. So those of you along I-70 from St. Louis to Terre Haute, you are going to be under the gun for multiple rounds of severe weather. So let's go ahead and we'll double box this. I'm not seeing a whole bunch there, which is good. There's a little bit of rotation. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to try to just use a Paducah radar to see if we see anything different. It's very high up. But I don't really see anything. That's going to be our best guess. So right there, I don't think we see much going on, which is good, but still a radar indicated threat as we get closer to moving through the north side. Let's check and see if we have any updates from the National Weather Service, and I believe at this time we do not. So keeping an eye on that. So tornado watch has been issued for really our entire region, or the region that I am concerned about. So even if you aren't in the tornado watch and you're a county over, still act like you're in the tornado watch. Conditions are still going to be favorable outside this watch. So those of you along the Ohio that aren't included in this yet, you will be later. So those of you Johnson, Massac, Williamson County, I'm actually surprised Williamson County is not included, but I would go ahead and treat that as you are. For right now, because that is going to happen. We will see a tornado watch later on for you. So just because you didn't get one right now, I would say you are included in this. Okay, so treat it as such. Kind of going through a little bit here. One thing I do want to note, we're going to see multiple rounds possibly. The last final round, which will take a pretty big blow to southern Illinois, is going to be a line of severe storms that develop right along St. Louis. It'll almost look like this here later on this evening, and then it'll shoot off and come into our region here in southern Illinois right around anywhere really after 7 p.m. So it'll start right around 6, 7 around St. Louis and make its way south. And that is going to be a significant blow to our region. So 70-mile-an-hour winds not out of the question when this thing makes its way through. So first round, we're really kind of concerned about large hail and tornadoes. And then our secondary round is going to be those damaging straight-line winds. So like I said, we're just kind of at a waiting game right now. I went ahead and went live a little early just because I did notice they issued that tornado warning for St. Louis and wanted to make sure if anyone was watching in that region that they were kind of kept safe here. But like I said, right now this thing is very unorganized. I'm not seeing a whole bunch any threats at this time. This is just really a storm that kind of had a little hook to it, but really starting to kind of dissolve, which is good. But this is one of many storms that are going to go through the St. Louis region, so be prepared. You're going to see multiple storms, more than what's going to be seen in southern Illinois. So, like I said, I drew out, I know I talked about it in my last one, but I drew out a big old circle pretty much stretching from Indianapolis to Kansas City back about, I think it was 3 nights ago. That's kind of what this is. This is what I was talking about. It just finally set up, and it set up just a little bit south of where I was projecting, but overall, I mean, it's right where I was thinking it was going to set up. The warm front right now is shooting up to the north. I want to go ahead and check so we got 75 degrees, so that means the warm front is north of Franklin County, so probably approaching Jefferson County right now, and we can kind of look at some observations here in a second. Let me see if I can get some. It looks like we do have a report of some possible rotation over O'Fallon. That would be shooting off in that direction, but that would be a pretty hard see. But I'm not saying that's not correct. It's very well possible, but obviously a lot of disorganization right now. So I'm going to go back real quick to our radar. And yeah, so Mount Vernon, you're at 70. Fairfield, you're at 69. So I would assume that right now our warm front is right along I-64, if not just below. And that will continue to push up, and it'll really settle in between I-64 and I-70. So really, Salem, Centralia, Olney, you guys will be right where this warm front sets up. So you will have that extra tornado threat as well. So just an FYI there. So nothing new as of right now to report. Other than that, if this warning does expire, I will more than likely not end this live feed. We'll keep it going. I really would like to have more of a structured based live stream going, so I may try something else real quick. But regardless, we'll keep this going for now as long as we're safe. So I haven't been able to go in chat yet, so I do apologize. Okay, yep, that's all I really have for right now. So we'll kind of hang loose here, see if we get anything else. So I'm going to go ahead. I tell you what, I'm just going to mute my mic for a second so I can kind of go through some things, and then we'll kind of come back to this here in just a second. But right now, tornado warning continues for St. Louis into the eastern portions of East St. Louis. Collinsville, you're included. Glen Carbon, heads up. I'm going to keep an eye on this and be right back. All right, looking back here at the radar, sorry about that, getting caught up on chat and everything else. like we kind of talked about earlier this morning and even last night, you know, the models hinted that we would have that clearing, and now we kind of are. There's a little bit of development here back in Perry County, which is a good sign. Hopefully that will help kind of maybe destabilize a little bit, but really it's, you know, anyone in, oh my goodness, there goes my bad drawings again. But really anyone in this area right now, this is the main area of concern. So any development in this area still poses a very significant threat for tornadic development. So just wanted to give you guys a heads up on that. So we'll go ahead and cancel that off. We'll go back up here to St. Louis. Let's go ahead and get this radar back up. Starting to see a little bit of a kink again. So right here, just north of Granite City, heads up. One thing I have noticed today too, the radar is actually off a little bit. And how I recognize that is, you know, here in Franklin County, I was able to indicate, you know, heavy rainfall. And then when the storm had passed, reflectivity still had, with a fresh update, very heavy precip over us with nothing falling. So the radar might be off a little bit today, and that's also quite concerning. So do keep that in mind as well. So we'll have to rely on some ground reports to get exact areas of conflict. So Madison County is the only county in Illinois right now with a tornado warning. So they have expired it for St. Louis County. So just an FYI there. And you can see too in the upper right hand portion of your screen, I have current observations here. That's going to be in central southern Illinois right now. So obviously 76 degrees, that's telling me the warm front is north of us. So obviously conditions are favorable and in that tornadic stage. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Like I said, just waiting for any storms to develop. So no new information as of right now. Still monitoring this tornado warning just on the east side of St. Louis now. There hasn't been one confirmed with this at all, but has been a little bit of rotation, and some rotation has been confirmed with this. So like I said, no active tornado on the ground, but you know, this would be coming really close to Glen Carbon. So heads up, Glen Carbon. If you have friends and family in that area, might want to get to your safe spot. All right, sorry, I will be going kind of in and out with audio. Um, so it looks like we do have reports from a couple spotters of reporting a rotating wall cloud near Rankin Road and Beeves Road. So that's going to be right in this area, kind of right where these are coming together, just to the northeast of Pontoon Beach, heading towards Glen Carbon. So there's I-70 right there. I believe that's I-70 actually. Make sure I got that right. Yep, that's I-70. So it looks like just to the south of I-70, we'll kind of scoot right along it. So Glen Carbon, heads up. Got a confirmed rotating wall cloud heading your way. No funnel cloud though, but we do have a rotating wall cloud, so something to keep in mind. And I know a lot of you are asking in chat, about locations and everything. Guys, this is going to impact everybody. If you're listening to the stream, if you're in Southern Illinois, if you're in St. Louis, SEMO, Western Kentucky, Southeastern Indiana, or Southwestern Indiana, you guys are all under the gun. So just, be ready, be prepared. And that's a pretty little update there, kind of really just not looking the best on radars. So that's a good thing. Hopefully that stays consistent. But at this time, not seeing any other development south of here, which is a good thing, because any development south of here, like I said, right now the short range models are indicating it's going to be another hour or two, and if that's the case, then it's just adding more fuel to the fire at this point. So yep, looking around development and impacts in central southern Illinois from Effingham south all the way down I-57 to Cape Girardeau, Paducah at about 3-4 p.m. So just FYI, 3-4 p.m. And then a large line of storms back behind that will impact everybody, and we should be all clear at the very latest 11 p.m. midnight tonight. So that's the latest guidance coming in, but it is more than likely going to develop right on top of us here in southern Illinois. So be ready right at about the 3-4 p.m. hour. That looks to be when we really start moving forward with really seeing development, and then after that we'll see those showers and storms, that line develop off to our west and come in with strong to dangerous winds, 70 plus mile an hour, and then be out of here by at least 11 midnight tonight. So like I said, everyone's going to be impacted today. This first round, not everyone will be impacted, but the second round, everyone will be impacted. So I know that's kind of a lot to swallow right now, but we really just kind of hope that all my predictions are wrong about today, because that would be just terrific. I would love nothing more than to stare outside and see cloudy, overcast weather. But just judging, looking at our actual measured observations, that is not going to be the case. So and just to give you a heads up, we use the term helicity. I'm sure you've maybe heard it before, but it's that rotation in the atmosphere, really. It's that roll. Just to give you kind of a heads up of what I'm talking about when I say conditions are favorable, that's actually maxed out right now. Because that's not to scare anybody, but yeah, I mean, it's at a max. I'm not saying all of our numbers are maxed out, but they're definitely up there. So threat is there for sure. We just need storms to develop to make it happen, and we just hope that that does not happen, because that's obviously not what we want. So new tornado warning now. So let's go ahead and go back to it. So this is going to include Glen Carbon, and there's that rotation signature again. However, you can actually see when I draw my circle, there's nothing there, and that's the problem. See, I think our radar's off a little bit. I think that's actual rotation that we have, and that's along I-70, and that is actually where the storm is. Like I said, we've had some issues today, technical difficulties with overall, I think, internet, phone lines, just nationwide, and this is throwing off a lot of things. So, new tornado warning for Madison County. This is going to be a radar indicated threat, but this is heading towards Glen Carbon, just south of Edwardsville. So, if you're those of you in Edwardsville, maybe on SIU E campus, this looks to possibly impact you, so make sure you are seeking cover if you're in Edwardsville. This is a very dangerous storm. I'll see if I got any updates here from so National Weather Service is a little bit concerned for Glen Carbon, so that would be that area I was talking about, but it's going to go just to the north. So it looks like it's crossing over I-70, so this is going to really split Glen Carbon and Edwardsville. So just heads up, it's going to go right along I-70, but in between here, that's the main area of concern right now. So get in your safe spot if you're in Edwardsville or Glen Carbon. You need to be in your safe spot right now. One thing too that I was going to note, just kind of looking over our latest observations and data coming in, just being measured. There's a beta that came out when I was in high school, so obviously about 12 years ago, and there was a couple conditional like measurements or scale for violent tornadoes and systems, large ones that that we've seen throughout the years, the last 12 years. I really have not witnessed any numbers on a specific layer or model. And for the first time since I can remember, there's actually a low percentage coming up on that, which is quite concerning, because that just kind of shows you what conditions are favorable for the possibility of violent tornadoes. So I just wanted to give you guys that heads up too. Like I said, this is not to scare you by any means. It's just to get you aware of kind of where we're at situational wise. The good news about that, this tornadic cell that is currently east of St. Louis is not in that atmosphere. Okay, they are currently not in that atmosphere. They're in a little bit of it, but they're riding it right along that warm front. So if this cell can make its way south of the warm front, then I would have more concern. But right now, it's just kind of staying to the north. So like I said, we're going to continue to watch it. But it's kind of not really a major anything threatening right now. So And actually, as I say that, that's funny. As I say that, the National Weather Service says the exact same thing um, over this. So, like I said, it's just north of the warm front, and if it can get to that layer, then I would be more concerned. But right now, not a very significant threat. Like I said, could change. Could change. Like I said, every storm needs to be taken seriously today. But once again, tornado warning continues south of Edwardsville. So just heads up, you are included in that tornado polygon, so make sure you're seeking shelter. Kind of zoom out real quick, kind of give you guys the overall picture. There's those other line of storms that's just going to continue to train over the St. Louis metro and along I-70. Severe thunderstorm warnings really stretching from Terre Haute all the way to St. Louis, and we're starting to see those flash flood warnings get issued. I'm going to tell you right now, this entire region will probably have a flash flood warning at one point altogether here this afternoon and evening. So, like I said, that's my biggest concern right now for that area. And like I said, down towards our south, our warm front right now is actually, I think we could maybe even see it on the radar here. Let's see if that's. And that's actually just an outflow boundary. I was hoping that was maybe our frontal, but our frontal boundary is about right in here, if I had to guess. Because we're starting to see observations near Mount Vernon, Washington County, kind of shooting up into the 70s now. So that tells me where that warm front is. Like I kind of posted earlier, I mean, I guess the one good thing about today is we will get a pretty good amount of rain, especially for this region. In southern Illinois, we are in that moderate drought stage. So, you know, looking at it, I guess we could ask for rain, but I guess that's too much. We get a little bit of severe weather with it as well. Yeah, and I kind of agree. Chris Higgins with there in St. Louis talking about how this is an elevated storm, and I do want to agree with that because this is north of the warm front, so this is going to be mostly elevated. When you hear that term, it just means it's not, you know, there's nothing surface-based about it. It's not tapping into the surface. So that means that this storm, although it might be rotating in the upper atmosphere, it definitely may not be it may not be able to reach the ground to the surface. So we'll keep an eye on it, but right now no reports of anything confirmed. We have spotters on it right now, so if anything does change, I'll be able to tell you instantly. Which that's another, you know, good point to having me live stream. I'm able to see everything the same time as the professionals. So I mean, whenever there's something spotted, whenever there's something in our region that needs to be, you know, immediately said, I'm able to do that as long as I'm live. So hopefully it doesn't kick me off. But we'll see here as we kind of zoom out. Some light showers starting to develop right around I-57 and Jefferson, Perry, and northern Franklin County right now. Centralia, you guys are getting hammered right now in Marion County. Effingham, you got some severe storms. But right now, all eyes are off to our west as we will wait and see if we can get some development. Like I said, hopefully, fingers crossed, we don't see anything. I do want to look at a couple things real quick. Someone just put on X, Dominator 3 is on top of the arch, St. Louis Arch. It's a good one. don't know what time. Yeah, it should have a sounding out by now. Sorry, I'm probably just hearing me talk to myself here. So, um, let me go ahead and we're going to go back into this tornado warning. I know I'm kind of going in and out right now. Like I said, this is mostly a elevated storm right now, so there's not really a threat. There's just some rotation. It looks like the heaviest precip is going to be in Edwardsville. Still get to your safe spot if you can. Excuse me. We're going to keep an eye on that. Hopefully this is going to set to expire. And we can kind of hold our breath for a little bit. But really, we're about an hour and a half to an hour away from maybe starting to see some development in southern Illinois. So everyone hold tight and be ready. Like I said, anything is possible today, and looks like we just got an update there. So 33 more minutes on this tornado warning. Still a radar indicated threat, and if there is a tornado, it's going to be located over Glen Carbon. So right in here along I-70. So just heads up. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself for a second. Oh, man. And then I will be able to update here in just a second. I'm going to go through some stuff. All right. Looking through everything again. Update from the National Weather Service. New severe thunderstorm warning for the west side of St. Louis. So, like I said, St. Louis, you're going to be active. You're going to be seeing severe storms one after another here in the next, countless hours. You should be all clear by about 8, 9 o'clock tonight. So, maybe even before then. The storm's definitely trying, but it's just not going to get the job done until that warm front gets there. So it's probably going to stay, more than likely, going to stay north of the warm front, which is a good thing. But we'll keep an eye on it. There's that severe thunderstorm warning for the Chesterfield area on the west side of St. Louis. And like I said, we're going to have flash flood warnings. Actually, as I come across here, you can see they're just going to start along I-70 and just continue. So very, very heavy rainfall for that area. So let's go ahead. I'm going to take off the rotation. We're going to switch back and forth from radars here. And that is interesting back here. So let's take a look at that. So it looks like that cell just developed, and that's lifting along the warm front. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. That's a good sign of development, but that's back in eastern Kansas. So like I said, we're just kind of waiting around right now. We got that one tornado warning that's north of the warm front, not posing a major threat at this time. Southern Illinois should be all clear at the very latest 11 o'clock tonight, 11 o'clock midnight. I think these storms are going to roll through pretty quick once that line develops, so we'll just keep a close eye on that. Okay, so it looks like we just got another report of some rotation near Caseyville. So we'll zoom back in here and see if we got any changes. Go ahead and double box that. I don't know if that's even that storm, actually. Yeah, it should be. Yeah. So obviously there's some rotation still going on in here. See if we got any other updates here. This would be in St. Clair County. Back over here, I believe. Well, regardless, St. Louis, like I said before, you guys are going to be active. Tell you what, this is a bad time to start having a headache because we got a long way to go in this one. And the craziest part is we may have more threat or an additional threat of severe weather tomorrow. So it's just never ending. You know, honestly, I'll be 1,000% honest with you guys. I know a lot of you guys are asking about the cloud cover. This right here, I think, is helping a little bit. Any type of these like light showers in here like this, along with cloud cover, that's all it takes to really help stabilize our environment. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. But really, if you're east of I-57, you don't have those ingredients just yet. It's really along I-57 and points to the west. So like I said, I'm going to keep an eye on that because that is going to help. But this is going to be the area of development. So really right along the Mississippi here, this is where that development is going to start here in the next hour or so. So like I said, as soon as we see some tops starting to develop, I'll be monitoring that very closely, as I'm doing right now as well, via satellite imagery. Satellite helps us out a ton, being able to pick out storms that are trying to really starting to mature. And right now we're just waiting. So like I said, fingers crossed that we continue to just stay stable. And there's that rotation again, just north of Troy. That tornado warning continues. Like I said, the rotation though, just to the north of Troy, just to the north of I-70 here. It's just to the southeast of Edwardsville. So Edwardsville, I can give you the all clear. You just got some light to moderate rain showers right now, and there's that updated tornado warning. Still includes the city of Troy, although the circulation should go to your north. And just to the north of I-70. So, like I said, if there's going to be a tornado, it's going to be right here in that little kink there. And we got some rotation here as well. So, anywhere along that line, it's kind of hard to tell, but right now it's still an elevated storm. Nothing new at this time. Rotation really starting to broaden out now. So if you live in Marine, Illinois, heads up. That's really all I got right now. Like I said, we got tons of spotters on this, just nothing confirmed at this time. Nothing really new to report, guys. I'm not really seeing a whole bunch. Like I said, always respect the polygon. So, Marine, Illinois, be careful. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing that right. But just a waiting game still. Very strong storm, though. Like I said, out here in eastern Kansas, right along that frontal boundary there. So, that's going to be interesting to watch. That might kick up something here soon. Well, unless anything else major changes, we'll kind of just keep it right here. I'll let this kind of play out so we can see these light showers and storms developing, but this is really helping Jefferson County out a little bit as these develop. So we'll keep an eye on things. We'll see if anything gets going. I'll probably pause here for a little bit unless I see something change from the National Weather Service. But like I said, right now it looks like a new mesoscale discussion just came out. It's probably going to help send out that next tornado watch in regards to what they're looking at. So I'll tell you what, before we go, let me go ahead and just pull that up real quick. And it is going to be for the southern Indiana, so that's not going to be for regarding this. Okay, so I'm going to pause here. I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to keep the radar going and the stream going. If I see anything significant, I will come back. But just with that tornado warning we had in St. Louis, I wanted to go ahead and get started a little bit early. So I'll continue to watch everything, and we will go from there. So stay put. Don't go anywhere. Live stream will continue. Those of you that are new and maybe never watched the stream before, my name's Luke Sager. I'm a meteorologist here in Southern Illinois. And you're listening to the Storm Predictor. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. All right, I am back. Let's go ahead, and some of you might have paused for a second, but I do want to let you guys know we just had an MD get posted, a mesoscale discussion. It looks like the National Weather Service is strongly looking into a tornado watch for the remainder of our region. I'm getting ready to pull it up and read this off to you guys. So just give me 1 second here, and I can tell you where all these, where all the areas and everyone else that's going to be included in this. So, and this is actually probably going to be the PDS tornado watch if I had to guess. So let's go ahead and look at this real quick. So yeah, this is going to include everybody else. May not be a PDS, but this is going to include the rest of the region south of us. So Williamson County, pretty much south, northern Arkansas, northeastern Arkansas, western Kentucky, western Tennessee, and SEMO, Cape Girardeau. This is going to be a tornado watch coming out to you guys very, very shortly. No, Williamson County is not in the clear today. A tornado watch is going to be issued for you guys any moment. I would say here in the next probably 15 minutes. Let's go back and we can kind of read over this. So this is a 95% chance of this watch being issued. So just an FYI. It looks like we're starting to see our warm sector and evolving cumulus starting to develop. We have strong lapse rates. This is a lot of scientific stuff I'm reading off right now. But right now we do have some large-scale forcing, and we do have a little bit of capping still. I did note from Springfield, Missouri, there is no cap in place here. The cap is gone. So that tells me that they can have storms go up any second. So a couple supercell tornado storms are possible with tornadoes and large hail. And it does put the best, like I mentioned before, and the strongest conditions for tornadoes is over southern Illinois, southeast Missouri, western Kentucky. And a couple strong, intense tornadoes, EF2 or greater, are possible. So, like I said, not to scare anybody, but that is kind of where we are at. It's kind of what I mentioned earlier. So, just kind of reading it off from the guys that get the paychecks to do that. So they kind of just confirm the same mindset that I'm kind of in right now. And looking at the satellite, I am watching a couple areas. But like I said, it is more than likely going to develop right on top of us here in the next hour or two. So be prepared as we start to see some of this develop. And if you do get a tornado warning, please heed it and take it seriously, as some of these tornadoes today could be strong to the violent stage. But right now, that tornado warning, the only one in our region along I-70 heading towards the Greenville area. This storm has really kind of weakened out here in the past couple of scans. If I had to bet, that is going to, they're probably going to go ahead and let that expire. The other storm that looks kind of pretty severe coming into St. Louis once again is this one off to the west. And it is, it's got a possible tornado tag on it as well. So we'll see if we get any extracurricular activity on that. But we'll kind of zoom out real quick and we'll just kind of keep an eye on things. But like I said, you guys will probably get the remainder of the tornado watch here shortly. Looks like tornado warning was just issued. This is going to be for Bond and Madison County. Literally just issued. So Greenville, you're now included in that. So they went ahead and extended that. So just FYI there. Quite honestly surprised, just because it is north of the warm front. There's a chance it could catch up, so we'll see what happens. Let's go ahead and look at some observations real quick. '77 in Carbondale, 77 in Harrisburg, 80 degrees in Marion, 81 degrees in Cape, 81 degrees in Paducah, and then we get up and Mount Vernon, or I'm sorry, Salem, you're at 62. So the warm front is right along I-64, and I really don't know how much more north it'll go. It's probably going to set up right along there. So Mount Vernon, you're at 72, so you're right along the warm front. Sparta, you're at 75. Chester, right near 80. Farmington, 80. So this is going to be the main area now I think we're going to look at for really the strongest severe weather component is going to be this area here. As you can see, my lovely circle. This is now going to be the main area of concern for tornadic development. Obviously, if I zoomed out south of here, northeast Arkansas would be included in this, but right now this is the area, folks. That's where the warm front has set up. If you're north of this, you're just going to have really elevated severe storms, so hail, damaging winds. Your tornado threat is honestly going to be pretty low. It's not zero, but it's going to be low. Those of you in my circled region now, you're going to be in the highest priority, highest threat for severe weather. And this is going to run starting here in about 8 minutes through 11 p.m. tonight. So, like I said, we are almost to that time. We're going to have to start watching things very closely. So, like I said, we're about 8 minutes away from really starting the clock on this possible severe weather outbreak in our region. But I'm going to go ahead and keep it like that. I'm also looking at this tornado warning up to the north as well. I'm keeping a close eye on that as well. But like I said, not too concerned at this time. Very strong storms getting ready to move over the same locations, north side of St. Louis, so heads up. Edwardsville, I can almost guarantee you're going to be in a flash flood warning here in the next probably 60 minutes, if not less, with the amount of rainfall you're going to be getting. So that is all I have for you guys right now. I will post the tornado watch when it gets issued, which should be here pretty soon. But like I said, those of you really north of I-64, I don't know how much further that warm front's going to get. I think it's stalling out right along I-64, which is probably about right. I thought it'd move a little bit more to the north, but it's not. So those of you north in this secondary bubble here and along I-70, just be prepared for very heavy rainfall, multiple rounds of strong to severe storms with probably inch per hour, if not heavier rainfall totals. So just be careful. Keep your eye to the sky. Your tornado threat is not zero, but it is low. Those of you that are in my circled area, you have the highest potential threat for tornadic activity through 11 p.m. tonight. So, like I said, there is a chance if we get storms to develop that a couple of them could be long track, could be strong, violent tornadoes. That's not something that's usually said too often, but with our parameters as high as they are today, it's very well possible. So, like I said, just be ready for anything. And hopefully, by the grace of God, we do not have to report anything, and we just stay mostly cloudy the rest of the day. That's what I'm hoping for. But right now, the bulk of the severe weather is along I-70 right now in southern Illinois and the St. Louis region. So I'll pause real quick. I'm going to kind of get caught up on everything, and we'll kind of go from there. So don't be alarmed if you don't hear me. But right now, we're about 5 minutes away from starting the clock. Be back here soon. Hey everybody, just want to let you know I just posted an update on the storm predictor, so I want you guys to maybe take a look at that if you get time. Um, this is kind of what we were talking about, so we're starting to see a little bit of development here, pretty much stretching from Jackson County down to northeastern Arkansas. This is what we're going to have to keep an eye on, so we'll see if these storms can get going. If they do, it looks like we just got a new tornado warning for St. Louis County, so this is another strong, and actually that looks like pretty good rotation. So once again, another tornado warning for St. Louis County, and this is going to go over those same areas that were just hit. This one's a little bit more toward the south, so this is going to take a direct impact on downtown St. Louis. So if you're in the downtown St. Louis metro, you need to be ready right now. This is actually taking a very similar track, if not very similar, to the one we saw, I think it was either last year or the year before, where the zoo was actually impacted. So heads up if in St. Louis. Like I said, just posted an update to the storm predictor on areas that I'm very concerned for. But like I said, new tornado warning. For St. Louis, this is not confirmed. This is radar indicated threat. But as you can see, it's just obviously has that potential. And like we had a couple years ago, it might have been last year, honestly. Honestly, all these events are starting to run into my head around the same time. So obviously, this is going to be right around, this is going to be a direct impact to downtown St. Louis Metro, along with the similar track to what took place back in last year. Which it was last year, because last year was the Marion tornado. It was the same day. So same thing going on here. Possible tornado coming into downtown St. Louis as we speak. So very dangerous storm. Regardless of that, 60-mile-an-hour winds and some hail. But kind of hard to indicate any type of solid definition of a tornado as of right now. This is a radar indicated threat. So yeah, National Weather Service is just as concerned as I am with this one. So let's just go ahead and just say, for example, there is a tornado. It's going to be right along or just north of I-64. That's going to be your tornado. And it's going to be very close to, like I said, taking the same path as the tornado that ended up hitting and going through the St. Louis Zoo and the metro area back last year. So I would be taking this one a little bit more seriously, as this one looks to be more of an impactful storm as that warm front continues to kind of push north. So make sure if you have friends and family, those of you in the city limits of St. Louis, downtown St. Louis, especially those maybe at the zoo, that is starting to cross. It's actually directly over the St. Louis Zoo right now as we speak. So hopefully everyone is in their safe spot. And like I said, this is going to cross over the same exact path. There's I-64 right here. Here is I-70. So yeah, very concerning right now. Nothing confirmed. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of... Nothing confirmed. I don't see anything on the CC that would indicate any type of debris or anything like that. So that's good. But like I said, radar's been a little bit tricky today, so just take that with a grain of salt. But those of you in downtown St. Louis need to be seeking shelter at this time, and you can almost see there's almost a double feature here. You got another one right here, and we got this one right here, so almost got a double feature going on. So like I said, I knew this area would be very proactive and very active this afternoon, but like I said, St. Louis, you're just lining up for one storm after the next. Nothing new to pass along right now. Obviously, it looks really messy. But like I said, friends and family in the St. Louis area, downtown St. Louis. This is going to literally, it's over the St. Louis Zoo right now. If not, it's already passed. It's getting ready to pass over I-70 right in downtown St. Louis. It's going to be on the north side. So it's north of I-64. Going to go along the same areas, almost the same areas as it did before. So just heads up there. Okay, so I know we got that active tornado warning in St. Louis. Here is what I was talking about, guys. We're starting to see that development right along here. That is going to be possibly those storms starting to take off, so we're going to have to keep a very close eye on that. Obviously, they're kind of starting to really kind of have some trouble going, but this is that area that I was concerned about. I did make an updated post on the storm predictor, so feel free to share that. Let's go back up to this warning up in St. Louis. Storm continues to go near Granite City, Madison, Brooklyn, all those areas. This is going to push off near Glen Carbon again and also impact south of Edwardsville. So heads up once again. Very active severe weather threat ongoing for St. Louis at this time. Nothing new to report right now, which I guess is a good thing. Tornado warning continues. This is like the second, third, fourth, maybe fifth tornado warning for St. Louis today, I feel like. Just getting hammered. We got another severe thunderstorm warning off to the west of them. And like I said, this is just going to continue for St. Louis. There's going to be one storm right after the next, and that's what I'm talking about. I got another one up here, another one over here. This is all just going to keep trending towards the St. Louis region. Back off to our south, starting to see some development. We're going to be keeping a close eye on these clusters starting to develop. Hopefully they stay well below severe limits, and we will see. And we're just crossing our fingers at this point. We don't want anything significant to happen at this point. I will say though, if we somehow do not see any more, if we do not see any storms develop in this area in southern Illinois, this would pose a greater threat for the line of storms that comes through later on. So just an FYI, just because we don't see anything this afternoon definitely does not mean we won't see anything later on. So yeah, Granite City, I'd go ahead and get in your safe spot. Madison, Brooklyn, very scary looking radar scene right now. Waiting to see if we get an update here. And there's nothing yet. Sorry, just looking at a couple things, make sure I'm crossing my T's, dotting my I's here. So nothing I can confirm right now. Going to continue this. It looks like this tornado, if there is one, just to the north of Brooklyn, in between Granite City and Brooklyn. So heads up. Still no confirmed tornado with this. However, starting to kind of tighten up a little bit. So heads up. Please seek shelter north side of Collinsville. Glen Carbon, you need to be in your safe spot. As you can see, that new polygon just got issued there. And south side of Edwardsville, you need to be in your safe spot. This is going to track right along. I'm going to see what state highway that is, but it's literally going to track along right along the state highway there. Near into Glen Carbon. So just heads up. That's going to be State Highway 162. So State Highway 162 from Granite City, Madison to Glen Carbon. If you're along that, have friends and family along that, you need to be seeking shelter at this time. Let's go ahead. I'm going to zoom out of this. I know this is our main focus right now, but I want to get you guys prepared for what I was talking about earlier. We got our first storm cell of the day trying to get going over Cape Girardeau right now, okay? If this was to continue, if this starts to mature, this is in a very high area for tornadic development, okay? This would be our first supercell of the day. Obviously, if we kind of look at the track, this is going to track into very southern Illinois, if that makes any sense. But that is the storm. That would kind of put it and place it, really making impacts with Anna Jonesboro, Goreville, you know, into the south side of Williamson County. So we got to hope that this thing doesn't get organized because it's got some time. So this is going to be the areas I'm watching very closely right now. This could easily turn into a very dangerous situation. It's not to scare anybody, but I'm telling you right now, if these storms are in a very high probable environment right now, so please make sure you are staying tuned. That tornado watch for the rest of the southern half of our area should be issued any second if it hasn't already. So we'll see here. But yeah, very concerning right now. That's kind of the area I'm watching. Let's go back up. Tell you what, let's just go one screen real quick. See if we can kind of put both of these, because that's going to have to be a storm cell we watch, because if that starts going, this is in a very high probable environment right now. So like I said, it is not going to take much, but as long as it can stay healthy, it should be good to go. And this would be a good sign and indicator on how well these storms will survive or develop. So, and as I say that, the sun is out here in central Franklin County along with blue skies. So obviously 77 degrees, getting close to that 80, but conditions very favorable, especially around and south of Route 13 right now. See if we got anything new out of St. Louis real quick. So once again, Glen Carbon, Illinois, Route 162. You need to be, if you're along that, and Glen Carbon, make sure you're seeking shelter. It's going to be really close to the 270 and 70 split. That's coming right at Glen Carbon, so make sure you're seeking shelter. We'll go ahead, we'll go back up to that real quick. Let's go ahead and switch out. We'll zoom in. We'll double box. Very hard to see. Just to the north of Fairmont City. Like I said, it's gonna be close. Nothing confirmed at this time. But as you can see, if we zoom out here, we'll just go to one box. You can kind of see our current situation we have ongoing. Like I had mentioned before, the most significant severe weather has been along I-70. And here's something that's very interesting as well, is we have a new cell that just developed right over here. And we'll see what that does too, because that's starting to get going as well. But that should... See, you know what I'm talking about with our technology today. Everything just seems to be running slow. I know it's not just me, because there's been issues across our country. So definitely some technical difficulties ongoing. Let's go back to our storm cell near Cape. And really not getting anything going. So that's a good sign right now. It looked a lot better earlier. But that is a good sign that that is not developing at this time. So you can see it go over Scott City, Cape, and it's really just kind of staying pretty small. So that's a good sign right now. But like I said, all this development is in a very high area right now. So I'm going to have to keep a close eye on it. So let's see here. So the conference call has not started with SPC yet in our local National Weather Service. So which is very kind of interesting. So they must not be as concerned or worried for Southern Illinois at this time. So, I mean, I guess that's a good thing. Well, like I said, right now, just the one tornado warning, East St. Louis, coming into Glen Carbon as we speak. Maryville, Collinsville, heads up. Kind of taking more of a eastward trajectory now, so this would be more towards like the Collinsville area. So heads up if you're in Collinsville. No new update. This is not confirmed. This is a radar indicated threat. So far, so good. Hopefully it can continue to stay like this. I think we got really, I mean, really from 2 to 3, I wasn't too concerned. It's really the 3 to 4 p.m. hour I'm kind of really concerned about central southern Illinois. So we'll see what happens here shortly. But right now, nothing new to report. The one thing I can, let me pause real quick and go over some things. Hang on. Sorry about that. Just going through some stuff, looking over these storms again. Not really getting organized right now, which is a good thing. We don't want to see any organization. The one tip I do have is typically when you see signs of that cap eroding and overall storms really starting to fire up as lightning strikes. So if we can get some lightning, that would that would indicate that we have some strengthening and that cap starting to erode. So something just to continue to watch. We also, like I said, that tornado warning continues for the Glen Carbon, Collinsville area. Let's go ahead and check back in on it. I didn't look at any updates from St. Louis. Looks nasty for sure, but once again, it's that elevating storm where it is north of the warm front. So if it can get attached to the warm front, that would really change the headline on that. But right now, it doesn't appear to be doing that. So so far, a lot of positives, which is good. Like I said, on days like today, I love to be wrong. I really do. Yep, and same reports coming in on this Madison County storm. Once again, looks like it's elevated, just not in the warm front area as of yet. So, and those of you just joining or maybe are tuning in for the first time, if you go back to my page, I went ahead and posted an update of my most concerned area right now. Short-term model guidance does suggest supercell development in and around this area here in the next hour. So we're going to keep an eye on that. That is supposed to be with, that's supposed to be with these storms right here. But obviously they are not getting their act together, which is a good thing. So hopefully we can stay that way, and that is why we are not seeing that tornado watch being issued as of yet. So so far, all good news. If you look back to our west, these are storms that are starting to fire along the cold front, I do believe. I'll have to look back at my observations, but I do believe that is going to be our cold front. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. That'll be our round 2. So right now, just waiting on round 1. I would say if we don't have really any development here in the next 60 minutes, that's going to really give us the green light for round 1 failing, which is actually just tremendous. So so far, just good news right now, and nothing really too significant. So hopefully I can keep reporting that. Tornado warning for Madison County is going to be canceled. So tornado warning for Madison County and St. Louis is going to be canceled. That'll be just a severe thunderstorm warning for that elevated factor. So good news as of 2:30 p.m. here Central Daylight Time on this April 27th, 2026. We just have currently severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado watch in place for much of the region. And right now, fingers are crossed and everyone is holding their breaths as we just kind of wait and see. And really, my gut is telling me this is a very good indicator right here that we are not going to see those supercells develop. Now, that could very well change, so don't just turn off the stream and, oh, Luke said we're good. That very well could change, but right now that indicator is these storms are not getting up to speed and not maturing. So that is a very good sign. And I'm going to look real quick as we speak. I'm going to keep that going. I'm going to look at our current surface observations to see if anything has changed. Because right now, everything should be a go. Unless I am missing something here. So let's look. That looks good there. Kind of look at our overall energy values real quick. So that could be a factor right now. We do not have, we're pretty stable still, especially those from I-64 down to Route 13. We are very stable right now. So looking at current surface observations, this area right in here, super stable. I don't know if I can see if I can do it. It's going to be close. About as good as, what do you think, kindergarten? No, they probably couldn't spell stable. But anyway, stable conditions right now in this area. So that's good. Now this will continue to become unstable here shortly. So we will see. Now these storms down here are in a very good environment. So that's why I'm pretty happy to report that those are not maturing. So that's a good thing right now. And like I said before, that tornado warning for Glen Carbon, Collinsville, Madison County has expired. They went ahead and canceled that. So just severe thunderstorm warnings now for east of I-57 coming into Albany, along I-70 coming into Greenville again. So like I said, very heavy rain once again. And you're going to have more storms develop here in a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and go to some short-range model data real quick and just see if anything has changed along those lines. Because, like I said, right now we should be any moment ready to really pop off and really have just crazy amount of storms develop. So, like I said, we're at 2:30, so we're just really about 30 minutes in, so we still got plenty of time. But it looks like short-range models are still in agreement with everything. So, and then good news, those of you looking into tomorrow, it looks like for the most part the severe storms will stay well south of our region. So they'll stay south of the Ohio, and we'll just be looking at overall generalized showers and storms. So that's something positive. So hopefully we can just keep this positive vibe going into the overnight and evening hours. Okay, so like I said before, the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center are on a conference call right now talking about the tornado watch that is going to be in effect for the remainder part of our region. So that will include Saline, Williamson, Johnson, Massac, all you guys, Alexander, Pope, Pulaski, the remainder of our area here soon, unless something major turns. But like I said, the tornado watch is likely to include pretty much everybody in this region right here. So be ready for that. Like I said, all good news to report so far, which is good to a good thing to announce. As many times I've been in this seat, and it has not been the best news. So. And those of you that maybe don't know, today is the 15th anniversary of April 27th, 2011 tornado outbreak down in Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia. So it just so happens that on a day like today, history tries to repeat itself, but as of right now it's not, which is a great thing. Well, for right now, there's no active tornado warnings. We just have severe thunderstorm warnings along I-64 north. I am going to pause. I'm going to look over the latest and greatest data, and I will update you guys with anything that I see that looks significant. Like I said, I posted my last update to the storm predictor about 30 minutes ago, I do believe. And right now we are just monitoring this cluster of showers that are down by Cape Girardeau. And right now we're just holding our breath and hoping that nothing really starts to significantly develop in this area in southern Illinois. So I will take the showers all day. I will take cloudy conditions all day. So right now we'll pause. I will keep this live stream going. Like I said, any additional updates, I will go ahead and update you as needed. But right now, we're making it. So I think here in the next 30 to 60 minutes will give us a good idea for wave number 1, and then everyone can be expecting a solid wave 2 anytime after 7 p.m. So 7 to 11 p.m. will be our round 2. So just heads up. Like I said, right now we're making it through wave 1 nice and easy, and hopefully it stays that way. So I will come back with my audio if need be here in a little bit. All right, breaking news for everybody. PDS Tornado Watch is about to be issued for Southern Illinois. So this is in collaboration with the Storm Prediction Center. This will be a PDS Particularly Dangerous Situation, the highest tornado watch possible. It will be issued here shortly. So just a heads up. Watching these storms to our south near Cobden. They're starting to get their act together a little bit. So like I said, starting to maybe see that eroding happen. But yeah, anyway. So you guys are the first ones to hear that breaking news. So PDS Tornado Watch coming out any second. This will be for the remaining portions of our area as we watch very closely these clusters of showers and storms. If this can get its act together fairly quickly, I would be concerned for portions of Williamson, Franklin, Perry, and Jackson, even into Mount Vernon. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on that. Hopefully not, but all of Southern Illinois will be included in this. So mainly areas south of I-64. This will be south of I-64 for this PDS Tornado Watch. Once that is issued, I will get that posted for you guys. But yeah, so last time we had a PDS, I'm going to have to think. I can't remember if it was last year. I don't believe we had one for the Marion tornado. If I had to assume, I'll have to go back in the books a little bit, but I feel like we average one once a year. So it is the highest tornado watch that can be issued. So obviously this is going to be for violent long track tornadoes that are all going to be possible, especially in around the Ohio River, northeastern Arkansas, western Kentucky, western Tennessee, and southern Illinois. So that area that I kind of talked about earlier, I was being concerned with. So there is the tornado watch. It has been issued. This is a PDS tornado watch just issued. Your phones and tablets and everything else should be going off right now. So we're going to go ahead and I'll get it posted here in a second. But there it is, a PDS, and this includes everyone from Centralia all the way down to Memphis, Tennessee. This does include Evansville, Madisonville, Hopkinsville, Clarksville, Dyersburg, Jackson, Memphis, Tennessee, Poplar Bluff, Jonesboro, Carbondale, Mount Vernon, Paducah, Cape Girardeau. You guys are all included in this very strong, this is a particularly dangerous situation. This is the highest tornado watch that you can get, and it has now officially been issued. So, like I said, rarely do we get these, but on days like today, when you have all your atmospheric conditions coming together, you are in store for quite some severe weather. So. So there it is. So right now, once again, we're just going to continue to monitor our radar, see what else we can get. But right now, things are looking pretty good. This cluster of storms down here near Cobden, Anna, Jonesboro, Pomona, we're looking fairly okay. They're not strengthening as much as I thought they would. So that's good. But like I said, conditions are favorable, if not extremely favorable, for long track tornadoes. if we can get storms to develop. So, like I said, just kind of waiting. New tornado warning just in for St. Charles and Warren, Missouri. So this is going to be for this storm near O'Fallon and Troy, Missouri. So just heads up, new tornado warning just got issued for it. You're going to see it pop up any second here on my screen. And that is going to be for that storm. And wow, yeah, it's really starting to get together. Look at that inbound, outbound winds coming together right over Innsbruck. That's going to be just to the south of I-70, south of Wright City. But that's starting to come together, so that's a little bit concerning. So just a heads up there. I'll go ahead. There's that tornado warning there, just popping up, and definitely don't take that one lightly. That one looks pretty. That's probably one of the strongest signatures we've seen today, as that one's starting to come together. Radar indicated threat as we speak, but just a heads up there. So. So our headline, well, we're kind of living in it right now. It is 10 till 3 p.m., and we're really just in the start of this potential outbreak of storms in our region. So obviously, if we back out of here a little bit, the most active is right along I-70, where I kind of pointed out a few days ago. That would be the start. We're starting to see this maybe start to develop in portions of southern Illinois, western Kentucky, western Tennessee, and northeastern Arkansas, kind of just awaiting these storms to develop. And really, I'll be honest with you guys, it's really going to come probably in the next 30 to 45 minutes. So that's going to be a crucial time for us. So if we don't see anything really in the next 30 to 45 minutes, we might be able to sneak past round one of these severe storms. So like I said before, guys, this is going to be, it's a hard forecast to begin with, but right now we are looking at the potential for supercell thunderstorms capable of producing long track violent tornadoes. And like I said, that's not something that you typically that you hear me typically say too often, and hopefully that is not the case, and we just kind of stay pretty generalized here. But obviously SPC collaborating with the National Weather Service at Paducah to where they thought it was necessary to issue that PDS. So those of you that were in the old tornado watch, you probably got a new notification that has now been upgraded to a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. And I'll have to go back to the record books to see when the last time we had one of those in our region, but I do believe last year we had one. So hopefully we can get through this first round, this first wave, in a clean sweep, and then we can worry about wave 2 later on this evening. But right now, timing is key. So we're just kind of waiting around, and right now that's kind of all we're doing. So these were the cluster of storms I was monitoring that started in Cape Girardeau, and really they tried to get going, and now they're just starting to die out again. So that's a good sign as of right now. But it can quickly change. All it takes is a quick storm to start maturing, and once that happens, then we have a possible severe weather outbreak on our hands. So right now we're just crossing our fingers and holding our breaths at the moment. So Wentzville, Missouri. Let's go ahead, since we're don't really have any action in our neck of the woods. Let's go ahead and check out this tornado warned storm just to the northwest of St. Louis right now. So this is going to be near O'Fallon, and really I think the biggest concern is going to be for Wentzville, Missouri right now. This possible tornado is crossing over I-70 as we speak, but if this thing was to get together, Wentzville, Missouri, if you have friends and family around that area, just to the west of O'Fallon and St. Charles, Missouri, along I-70, make sure you're giving them a phone call and telling them to seek shelter. This is a fast, rapidly developing storm that has the potential to produce a tornado at any moment. So make sure you guys are taking this seriously. So Yes, I do believe. I can't remember if it was a PDS that we had for the Marion tornado. I'll have to go back and look. It probably was, and that would obviously make sense. So I just can't remember if that one was an actual official PDS. Something tells me it wasn't, but it really doesn't matter at this point. It's been issued. It is what it is, and we're going to have to continue to watch. So once again, Wentzville, Missouri, not in our neck of the woods, but I wanted to make sure if we have any friends and family in that area that you are seeking shelter at this time. Let's go back. Go one screen right now. Once we start, if we do start getting a lot of stuff going on, if stuff starts getting crazy, I will take away some of our boxes that we have here. And but right now, current conditions, right here in central southern Illinois, 79 degrees. Some areas topping 80. One thing I do want to look at is dew points. If dew points are in the upper 60s, even in the 70s, that's going to be a problem. So dew point, yeah, dew point right now 71. That is not good. That means our moisture content is there. We're literally just waiting on something to happen. That's all we're doing. That is really it at this point. So let me look at the newest model run, see if we got anything. Refresh our latest surface analysis data. We're just waiting. That's all we're doing. And we're really just crossing our fingers at this point that nothing really develops. I mean, that would be crazy. Well, just to let you guys know, I hate to be the one to say it, central southern Illinois is now at the highest atmospheric conditions for tornadoes as we speak. So just to let you guys know that if there are storms that develop, they will have significant tornadoes. That is no doubt. We are kind of, I wouldn't say we're maxed out, but we're pretty close to maximum capacity on these numbers. So current supercell composite is a 20. Our violent tornado parameter is a 7. It's pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie, pretty impressive. Some of these numbers are very, very scary. Like I said, if this cluster right here was able to get its act together, I would be very concerned for our area. But right now we're looking okay. So, like I said, hopefully we can just stay storm free at this point. Now, when I say that, I mean this first round. I do not anticipate to be storm free this entire evening. But that's quite something. Yeah, our effective helicity, which, like I said before, is typically what you get with that rotation in the atmosphere. It gives you that overall spin. It can be measured from the surface to a kilometer to our surface to 3 kilometers, just depending on how high you want to go and what you want to look at. Right now, that is at 500. To give you a scale, the scale goes 1 to 1,000. 1,000 would be just crazy. 500 is pretty hard to get to. So, yeah, we're kind of maxed out on that end. The one thing I will say that is maybe in our favor is our LCL, which would be our cloud base, is actually not as low as what I thought it would maybe come out to be, but something to maybe keep in mind if we start getting storms develop. So a lot of different things right now. These tornado probabilities are here to stay, by the way. So I kind of see a couple questions in chat for the second round. Even though it's going to be a linear transition, QLCS tornadoes are likely. And that is something that is also dangerous. Those of you that are familiar with the leap day tornado, in Harrisburg and Saline County. That was a QLCS EF4 tornado embedded in a line. And just to let you guys know, that was a slight risk day, by the way. It was a slight risk. So, I always tell people, don't worry about the overall guidance from SPC. It really does not matter. Severe weather can strike, whether it's marginal to high risk. It can be just as extreme. So, just kind of food for your thought there. But like I said, right now we're holding the line. Olney, you got a pretty good storm ongoing right now. Those of you in Olney, severe thunderstorm warning looks ping pong ball size hail. So, and I can believe it. Let's take a little look here into Olney and up on the side here. So, yeah, those of you guys on the west side of Olney, Noble, probably got some good ping pong ball size hail. And wow, yeah. Hopefully, like I said, hail's been a main factor today for sure. But we have just hit 3 p.m. It is Monday, April 27, 2026, and we are continuing our live feed coverage. If you're joining me for the first time, my name is Luke Sager. I am the storm predictor here in Southern Illinois, and you're listening to live continuing coverage, and I'm glad you're here. I'm glad everything is going so far so good, minus the hail threat that we've had along I-64 and I-70 today. We've had a couple tornado threats. I think the largest one we've had so far is this one right now, just to the northwest of St. Louis. This one hasn't had anything confirmed as of yet. Still a radar indicated threat, but this is going to be near the Winsville area. And like I said, let me see if I got anything. So I don't have anything at this time. So, my new one-day outlook was just released, which doesn't really mean much because it's probably going to stay the same, which I believe it has. So moderate risk will continue for our region. 15% SIG 2. Tell you what, it can't get more confusing than that. So, but tornado watch now extended till 11 p.m. Those of you that are just joining, it's a PDS tornado watch, particularly dangerous situation. It's the highest tornado watch that can be issued by the Storm Prediction Center. It's it's very rare that you see one of these. They're really only issued for serious days where conditions are just off the charts, and that's what we have today. The good news is thus far we have had no storm development. These storms attempted to get going and have been shut down, hopefully by the stable air mass from this morning. So continuing to watch these spotty showers as they continue to push up to the northeast in our region. And this could help us as well kind of stabilize a little bit. But obviously current observations, upper 70s, lower 80s across the region, especially those along and south of I-64. Those of you north of I-64 along I-70, you guys are going to be more in an elevating factor, so more of a hail threat like we saw this morning, and very, very heavy rainfall. So just to keep that in mind for you guys. A couple tornadoes are possible in and around the St. Louis region. There actually was a report from Marine, Illinois, that there was a building that was damaged. That was from a possible tornado earlier today, so that is something we'll have to check back on possibly tomorrow. But like I said, this is a new tornado watch that's in effect until 11 p.m. tonight. It's at PDS, so just make sure you are weather ready. Hey guys, I'm still here. Sorry about that. I'm just kind of going through some different things here. Looking back now, starting to see maybe a little bit of strong development here, which it's not really strong, but going to keep an eye on these storms near Thames, Dongola area. But we'll see if these start to kind of take off. Tornado warning continues for just west of O'Fallon. This is going to be probably one of the strongest storms we've seen today. But obviously, rotation is kind of broad at this time. But I do believe I saw in chat maybe a possible tornado with that. Let me see if I have anything in regards to that being true. So it looks like we just have a strong area of circulation. No evidence of there being a tornado at this time. So, like I said, a lot of these storms are north of the warm front. So, yeah, some of those are going to be pretty elevated. But storms that do develop in our region here in southern Illinois, those would be the most concerning. So. So we're going to keep an eye on that. I'm going to pause just for a second, and I will be right back. So don't freak out if there's no sound for a little bit. I'm still here. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. A lot of different things going on. So, tornado warning continues for the Alton region. Looks like it just got extended. We are monitoring these storms down here near Anna Jonesboro and Cape Girardeau. This could be the time where we start seeing some more development. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. So, yeah, sorry. Just because I'm not talking doesn't mean I'm not here. I am monitoring everything. I just have other stuff to do as well. So, like I said, definitely here still. This one is right next to the radar, and it's kind of hard to see, but it looks like just still a radar indicated threat for that tornado warning near St. Charles going into the Alton region. So heads up there. We're going to go back to one screen. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so really starting to watch these storms here. Cape Girardeau starting to enter southern Williamson County. Nothing severe, nothing even close to severe right now. We're just kind of monitoring. And we're starting to see maybe more development down towards the south too. So this could be the sign that we are starting to actually see the eroding of our cap. And this could mean that we have explosive development here in the next 30 minutes. So just be ready. This is really the main time frame where I thought we would maybe start to see some stuff developing. So we're going to have to hold tight and see what we get from here on out. Let's see here real quick. So it looks like we have a brief tornado touchdown near St. Peter's, mile marker. Wait, what is this? Hang on a second. This actually looks like a tornado on the ground. So this is now going to be a confirmed tornado. We now have our first confirmed tornado on the ground. This is going to be just to the northwest of St. Charles and St. Peter's. It's actually just crossed over I-70. I'm about to close out here. Sorry, give me 1 second. We're going to reload radar scope. There we go. So it looks like confirmed tornado via webcam. We have it on the ground. And this is as it crossed over St. Peter's. So right in here we have video of it crossing over I-70. So this tornado is on the ground and it is right here now. So those of you that are just to the west of St. Charles, north of St. Peter's, I-70, we have our first confirmed tornado that is on the ground of the day. So a tornado over I-70 has just crossed. But that is our first confirmed tornado of the day, and we should have an update here shortly. And it looks like it may have lifted. Current webcams do not have this on the ground now. So just FYI, it looks like it touched down briefly and has now lifted, and it looks like actually there's a pretty good webcam on it. Excuse me. St. Charles PD actually has a webcam, and my goodness, that is pretty impressive, honestly. So we'll keep an eye on that. But just to let you guys know, there was a brief tornado on that. So if you have any friends, family, St. Peter's, Missouri, St. Charles, Missouri, heads up. That's going to be a possible tornado once again. That thing's actually starting to get really going, so heads up. This was actually one of the cells the short-term models were actually hinting at. So with that happening, let's go ahead and go back. We're going to go one screen. Let's go back to Southern Illinois here, and we got some storms starting to kind of fire up here. So here we go. Right on schedule. We're starting to see things kind of deteriorate a little bit. So we're going to keep a close eye on these storms. Like I mentioned before, we are in a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation, mainly for violent tornadoes. So atmospheric conditions right now are pretty much maxed out for overall tornado threat in Southern Illinois. So if these storms would continue and continue to develop, this would be a kind of a Saline County, very southern Williamson County, so heads up, even going into Edwards County. So, some areas to kind of look at right now if this was to continue in a negative direction. So just heads up. Like I said, we're going to keep an eye on this, but we do have that possible tornado that just touched down just north of St. Peter's as it crossed over I-70 just west of St. Charles near St. Louis. But as of right now, that is it. So things are still not organized enough in Southern Illinois, but they're starting to be here in St. Louis. So let's go back to St. Charles and see what we have here. It looks like another wall cloud being reported on this. So tornado warning continues. That's going to push off to the Alton area, so heads up there as it crosses over the Mississippi. We're still awaiting these storms to really mature here in Southern Illinois, and right now they're just not. That pretty much tells us that that cap is still there. I thought it was kind of eroding, but obviously you can tell it's still struggling. However, that right there is a pretty good sign that that cap might be actually breaking. So that right there, Mill Creek, Dongola, if we can get a lightning strike on that, that means our tops are starting to break through and our cap has been eroded. So I'm going to wait a couple more scans on that one. If that continues off, that would push it off near Saline County, and that will be kind of the outlook for this one. But like I said, anything that goes up is going to be tornadic and could be dangerous. So like I said, just heads up. We're just kind of looking at things right now. The good news is most of these storms have held off so far, but that one's a very good signature around Dongola, so we're going to have to wait on the next scan. But definitely something possible going on here. Holy. Well, what the heck? Tell you what, I don't know if anyone else is having technology issues today, but so just want to point out something. So wherever Fayetteville is, we have some mobile chasers. Weather balloon just went up, and my goodness, the observed conditions in that area would suggest a major issue if storms were to develop. So just letting you know all that. Still pretty messy right now. Johnson and Johnson County, along the Cobden area here, still not showing signs or evidence of that cap breaking. Really thought it was going to, but doesn't look like it at this time. This is from NSSL Mobile, so this is actually a storm prediction center. They are getting data right now. They must be mobile in southern Illinois, which would make sense. And the sounding that was just produced, very, very interesting. Honestly, be grateful we do not have storms developing right now in southern Illinois. Those of you wondering, here is that line, our severe line of storms that has developed, and this will be our round 2 later on as it pushes down into southern Illinois. So this will be what impacts us later on. Right now we're still going with round 1, which we haven't really got going yet, which is good. And that's really been the headline right now. So there's not much else going on. We're just kind of awaiting to see if we can get anything to go. Yes, tornado warning for Alton, Illinois. You do have a possible tornado just to the west of you. go ahead. We'll zoom back into the Alton area. Oh, maybe not that zoomed in. And there you can see there's your classic supercell. Definitely looks a little unorganized, but just enough to where it's got that hook echo. We'll go ahead and box this up. Really, the radar images today have not been good at all. They've been very, very ugly, and just a lot of crap in the way. So, like I said, there's been some weird. I don't know if maybe I'm just crazy, but if there's anyone else having technology issues today, please let me know in chat, because I literally feel like everything I have touched today has had some type of issue. I couldn't even get my stream to work around lunchtime. So, I mean, it's just been one thing after the next. Emails had issues. Everything else has just had issues. So, I'm not for sure what's going on. So really at this point in time, with those cells not developing, I think really the main area of concern for round one is now shifting to east of I-57 in southwestern Indiana, western Kentucky, and western Tennessee at this time. That could change, but however, I think that's what we're starting to shift to. So those of you that are south of St. Louis, southeast Missouri, west of I-57, we might be spared round one, but round two is still going to get us. So we might be saved with one round, but we're still going to see round two. So that is good news for those of you that are along I-57 and points west. It looks like the timing of these storms and the cap is holding just enough to where it's going to keep things east of I-57. Now that could change. Like I said, I'm watching these right now, but that's just overall guidance updated as of 3 o'clock. So, like I said, good news as of right now. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one with technology issues today, because I honestly thought I was just going crazy. I really did. See if we got any update here for this Alton tornado. So it looks like some more low rings. Really, this tornado warned storm near Alton is trying to get its act together, but just not quite able to get it done. And as this moves closer to the Alton area, I still want you to be weather ready, even though this is not confirmed. But I mean, there's definitely some funnel clouds on this. Okay. Hmm. So far, best one I've seen today in our region get going is just to the west of Cape. Now, if that is the case and that one starts going, then we will be able to see some stuff west of I-57. So I may have called that a little too early. But the weather gods are not on my side. At least they are in a good way, because, I mean, I'd rather be completely wrong in regards to this. So, I mean, if we can sneak past round one, I'll be very happy. But 80 degrees right now, cloudy conditions in central southern Illinois. Some areas are seeing some sun. Right now we're starting to have that unstable atmosphere. So really any storms that do develop in and around, or I'm sorry, along I-64 south are going to be severe with tornadic probability. So just to the east of Columbia, Missouri, near Mexico, Missouri, there is a new tornado warning. We'll go in and check it out real quick. I feel like all the action is north of us. And yeah, you can see that going real strong. And, you know, there's the Mizzou radar from the college of Missouri. Pretty good hook echo. And look at that. Really nice indication of a possible tornado. This is probably going to stay to the south of Mexico, Missouri, and really Benton City, Missouri. Heads up. And then right behind that, another area of circulation. So multiple different areas of circulation. And the hot spot right now is along I-70 and just to the north of I-70, stretching from Kansas City to really almost south of Indianapolis. So, you know, that's been the main area thus far. Go back down over here. We'll see if that cell near Cape can get its act together. I'm sure the National Weather Service is looking at that very closely. So areas really along I-70 right now starting to get a little bit severe. Actually, it's been severe all day, but Vincennes, Indiana, all the way south of Bloomington, Seymour, Indiana, Bedford, north of I-64, strong to severe storms right now. Let's go ahead, we'll just go one box real quick, and we'll just look at everything real quick. Overall picture, severe storm stretching from eastern Kansas all the way to just to the southeast of Bloomington, Indiana. We have a couple active tornado warnings, one just north of St. Louis near the town of Alton, the other one just to the east of Columbia, Missouri, near Mexico, Missouri. And it looks to maybe possibly impact the city of Benton City, Missouri. So just a heads up there. Back in our neck of the woods, we still have that PDS, particularly dangerous situation, that tornado watch that is in effect until 11 p.m. tonight. That will cover rounds 1 and 2 for severe weather here in southern Illinois. So I know things are quiet right now. We want it to stay that way. However, it is likely to change here in the next few hours. You know, at best case scenario, we're going to stay clear until about 7 to about 11 p.m. tonight. But for right now, the only storm that shows anything that looks concerning would be near Cape. It's not even severe. We don't even have any lightning on it yet. And that would be the one storm that I would be concerned with if it would continue to strengthen. So we're going to keep an eye on that. One thing that I would look for in this storm, if there's any lightning that starts developing, that would be concerning. So right now, nothing that's concerning, but that is the strongest storm in southern Illinois at this time. Everything else is north or along I-64 and along I-70 in Missouri as of right now. So we're going to keep it right here. I'm not going to move much. We're going to zoom back in here. I don't know if I have anyone that is in the Alton area. If I do, let's go ahead and we'll check back on it real quick. So that continues. Let's see here, a little bit of rotation right here, but that probably wouldn't add up too well. Really, the area of rotation is going to be here. So Alton, Godfrey, be ready just in case. Nothing confirmed. It did have the history of producing a quick touchdown back near St. John's, or I'm sorry, St. Charles and St. Peter's. So just heads up there. Honestly, this one's probably the best one so far today. Probably going to need a tornado warning soon just to the northeast of Columbia, Missouri. But coming in, like I said, Benton City, heads up. Just to the south of Mexico, Missouri. I've actually been through there before, storm chasing. Heads up, but very good pronounced hook echo, possible tornado on that. Still radar indicated at this time. And like I said, just kind of waiting here in southern Illinois, still focused on our region. And that storm really maybe just falling apart. So once again, CAP is winning, and that's a good thing. Round 2 will be a linear line of storms. This is actually the start of it right here. So this will start out north of St. Louis and push its way down into our region. So there's that new tornado warning I was talking to you guys about. It was going to be needed here pretty soon, but that's going to be just for northeast of Columbia, Missouri, as we have 2 potential tornadic supercells that have developed. And as you can see, there's your hook echo. Very, very well pronounced possible tornado. Obviously, your inbound and outbound winds are starting to really come together on that one. This one as well. But that one really looking significant. So be ready if you have friends and family northeast of Columbia, Missouri. Alton, tornado warning continues. Let's see if we have any updates from the National Weather Service on this. So it doesn't look like we have anything confirmed at this time. So this is a first, but about approximately 4 minutes ago, a special weather statement was just issued by the National Weather Service in regards to these storms. And I'll go ahead and read this off to you. So this was at 3:44, so approximately 6 minutes ago. 7 minutes ago. Doppler radar was tracking showers and developing thunderstorms along a line extending from Dongola near Chaffee. Movement was northeast at 45 miles an hour. This activity is a zone of concern for rapid development for severe storms in the next hour or so. Please remain alert for possible warnings. Location impacted include Cape Girardeau, Marion, Jackson, Scott City, Anna, Chaffee, Jonesboro, Marble Hill, Vienna, Benton, Bollinger, Hill State Historic Site, Trail of Tears State Park, Cobden, Goreville, Dongola, Tams, Curl Springs, and Delta. So this is that area I'm talking about right now. Obviously, the National Weather Service has a little bit more technology than I do. However, they are estimating that here in the next 60 minutes, this is going to take off. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on that now. And given that last scan, let's go ahead and go back to this Cape Girardeau. It's kind of starting to stick around, and if it does, that would impact the heart. Obviously, of if it was to continue, it would kind of take more of a right through the heart of Cobden, Anna, Marion, Heron, Carterville, West Frankfort, Benton. So we'll be keeping an eye on that if that does start to be a concern. So right now we're okay, but that is a very rare special weather statement that I've never really have heard of before. So that's very interesting. Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and look over everything. I'm not going to go anywhere, just muting for a second. I apologize, everybody. Man, there's nothing worse that breaks your heart to your daughter crying to you on the phone, wanting you. That's gonna break my heart tonight. Well, the area of development right now in Southern Illinois is holding strong, so hopefully it stays that way. Excuse me. Really, not a whole bunch going on. Everything's kind of doing what needs to be doing, minus obviously minus what we expected here in Southern Illinois, which was those outbreak of storms. But right now it's holding strong, so that's good. Well, I would say confidence is increasing for less of a round one, so that's really big news right now. Um, and if that is the case, here in the next hour, if I would say here in the next 60 minutes, if we do not have any development and any storms that develop in this area, or I'm sorry, let me just go ahead and I'll include everybody. If there's no storms that are produced in this area in the next hour, I will probably pause the live stream um, and restart a live stream when the secondary round starts to enter our region, because we will see a small break, um, but is likely to be here in the next hour if we do not see anything, and then we'll start to see rapid development in and around St. Louis again. So just kind of a heads up, but the first round as of right now is not developing like it should be, which is a very good thing. So just wanted to give you guys that update real quick. Alrighty, so yeah, looking at everything right now, cap is holding strong, not allowing these storms to grow to mature strength. That one severe possible tornado near Alton has moved off to the northeast of Alton. The only tornado warning that I'm aware of in the United States right now would be in Mexico, Missouri. So, um, overall, I am perfectly okay with this. So, hopefully, this stays like it should. Really, I have nothing else to report right now, and that's a good thing. I see a couple of you in chat has said that obviously Reed Timmer is in the area, and that doesn't surprise me one bit. But I don't believe he will have any storms to chase right now. So hopefully it stays that way. I'm going to keep you guys updated. I'm just going to leave the live feed on right now. I'm probably going to turn the audio off just so I can look through some things. If I see anything that looks major, I will come back and talk to you guys. But right now, as it stands, we are going to be clear for round one unless something dramatic happens here in the next 60 minutes. So that's all I have for right now. So PDS Tornado Watch continues. Hopefully it's a bust, and it's looking like it right now. So hopefully that continues. I'll keep you guys updated if there's any changes at all. So just to give you guys a heads up, if you're interested, Reed Timmer is currently traveling on Route 13 towards Marion in the Dominator, which is quite honestly pretty awesome. But he is just to the south of Cambria and Carterville. So he is heading into Marion. You could probably see him on Route 13 if you got there off 148 and Route 13. So I'm watching his live stream right now. He's cracking me up, but he's trying to get in position for maybe some development. Reed Timmer. Well, the one thing I do know, if Reed Timmer's in the area, it's never good. So, I mean, that just goes to show we are maxed out in tornadic atmospheric conditions. So, the only thing that looks concerning right now is kind of going off what he was just looking at in his live stream, which is down over here by Tams. If I could stop the radar real quick, is this one. So he's probably going to try and position himself maybe towards Saline County. We'll see what he kind of does. But yeah, he's in southern Illinois, so that's pretty interesting. We'll see what happens. But yeah, keep an eye on this storm. Really nothing right now, so stay tuned. All right, guys, getting ready to come back here. We just got a new MD out for our area, so I'm going to go ahead and go over it real quick. Let's go ahead and I'm going to pull that up so we can kind of go over. So this is a mesoscale discussion that's just been posted by the Storm Prediction Center in regards to that PDS tornado watch, and we're going to see kind of what they're thinking. I have a feeling that they're going to be the same way I am. So actually this concerns literally the area that we were just talking about. So let's go ahead and we'll read this together. So monitoring for supercell development and potential for strong, intense tornadoes over the next couple of hours. Convection is gradually increasing across far southern Illinois, which is actually the exact circled area that I have, where boundary layer dew points have increased to near 70, which is correct. That's what we have. We are very unstable. So they're thinking that we are, in this. I mean, they're thinking this is going to start. So, I mean, it very well may. I'm going to tell you guys right now, I just don't think it will. Maybe I should say it will, because I feel like I've been kind of wrong most of the day today. But I'm going to go ahead and post this because this is very rare that we see something like this. So I'm going to go ahead, get on Facebook here, and we're going to post this. So, like I said, anything is possible today. We've been on the good side. We'll call it 4:30. Okay. So went ahead and just posted that. That's going to be kind of what we just monitor here in the next couple of hours. I'm going to keep an eye on it. I mean, like I said, biggest area of concern is really going to be areas east of I-57. So Saline, McLeansboro, White, Edwards County, those areas, and along the Wabash, you guys are going to be, if this thing takes off, that's where it's going to be. So like I said, I'll go back to our mesoscale analysis here. I believe it's all been updated as well. Let's see here. Yep, we're at 21. So let's just go ahead and check out. So yeah, I mean, everything is ready to go. I mean, we're just ready for storms. Crazy to think that, but well, I don't see it happening, but the professionals do. So we will wait and see. I would go ahead and just give like the Evansville, Indiana, you would be my most concerned with. But as it stands right now, the line of severe storms will impact St. Louis right at about 7, 8 p.m. Mount Vernon, you're going to be right around the 8, 9 p.m. hour, and then 9, 10 p.m. for central southern Illinois, 10, 11 for southeastern southern Illinois, and then all clear by 11 p.m. midnight. So that's going to be our final round as it comes through. So we may see some development ahead of that, but we'll just have to keep an eye on everything. But that's the latest short-term model guidance. So really the first round risk doesn't really end at all because it's still possible until this main line comes through. So that's why I was telling you guys, 2 to 11 p.m. because it is that vast majority of time where anything can happen. So honestly, a nap doesn't sound too bad right now. I kind of want one myself. Just make sure you have a way to receive weather warnings just in case something does develop real quick. But as it stands right now, not looking too bad, and I think that's a good thing. So. Like I said, it's either going to develop right on top of us or it's going to... If I had an area of concern, it would be right in here. This would be my area right here. But we'll see. Honestly, it's so close to where if it does develop, I kind of just want to hop in my car and go chase it myself. It's been a while since I've seen a tornado. Kind of would be nice to get back in the field a little bit. So far, the only tornado warnings and one possible tornado was in Marine, Illinois, just to the east of St. Louis. There's been a couple tornado warnings since then. There was one tornado touchdown near St. Peters, Missouri. So, there's been a couple, but obviously nothing too major. And actually, I don't know if there's even been one reported on officially, to be honest with you. So hang on a second, let me answer that question. So let's see here. There have been 0 tornado reports today. So far today we had 28 wind reports, 56 hail reports for a total of 84. For a moderate risk like today, this has been a complete, utter bust unless something major is to occur here in the next 5 to 8 hours. So, yeah. Which is fine. Like I said, that's a good thing. And all those storms that are light showers that did develop are just dying out here in southern Illinois. So I'm going to give it 30 more minutes. If there is nothing that develops in 30 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and kill off this stream because there really is nothing going on. I'm going to restart a new stream for the secondary round of storms. So I'm going to give it about 30 minutes here. If there's no other development in and around southern Illinois or that area of concern, I'm going to go ahead and remove this one. We'll pause it and we will get a new stream going. So don't freak out if if this stream goes down, because I will be restarting one. But yes, so far all good news here in Southern Illinois. And trust me when I say this, it could have been a lot worse. Okay, I'm just going to tell you that right now. It could have been a lot worse. We have not had these numbers in our area in a very long time. Okay, so just be very thankful that nothing has developed, and hopefully it does not. Okay, so I'm just going to put it to you that way. Things could have been a lot different. I could be talking about something major right now, and instead we're looking at clear. So let's hope that it continues this way. And like I said, we will not be all clear till 11 o'clock, if not midnight tonight.
Hey everybody, good evening.
All right, I do apologize, everybody. I honestly have been on the phone back and forth with a ton of people. I've been trying to listen in to the professionals in the National Weather Service, SPC. Somehow, by the grace of God, this very weak cap is barely hanging on. There is still a chance. It is small, but there's still a chance that it could erode here shortly. The one thing I do want to note is pretty much any storms that are going north of this line. Oh my gosh, I cannot draw today. Pretty much I-64. So storms that go north of this are not going to be tornadic, okay? But storms that are down here in this area, this is the area of concern. Right now, storms are trying, but they're not getting through. So I really don't really see this impacting either way with our region. So I'm going to give it maybe another 15-30 just to make sure, because I know with my luck, as soon as I turn off the live feed, there's going to be a storm explode, and I'm going to caught with my pants down. So I'm going to keep it here for a little bit. This one near Cesar was trying to get going, but it's really, there's nothing going on. I mean, they just cannot get going. The only one I can think of that would remotely have a chance is this one south of McLeansboro. And I mean, it's nothing going. It's going to head north of the warm front anyway, so it's going to die off. Now, the one thing I have been watching the past couple of scans is down here towards Mounds and Thames. This is starting to get going. So, like I said, I'll give it about 15-30 more minutes, and if there's nothing else, I'm just going to call it, and I'll switch over live feeds to the next one for this main line. Now, here's the main line that we're talking about. So as you can see, pretty severe right now, especially near St. Louis, but it's going to stretch all the way from Springfield, Missouri, all the way up to Bloomington, Peoria. So here's this big old cluster. This is going to continue off into our direction. So obviously some great artistic work. At this point, I do not see any evidence that this cap is going to break, and even if it does, the development for supercell thunderstorms and tornadoes will be over here in Evansville. Honestly, to be honest with you, if you have friends and family that live in Evansville, Indiana, if there is any chance at all, it's going to be in this area. Okay, so Evansville, Indiana, you would be my main concern right now for supercell thunderstorms with violent tornadoes. So obviously, right now that's not the case, but if it was to happen, you would be in my direct area of concern. So I've been pretty quiet. Like I said, I apologize. There's just really not much to talk about, and it's really something that is honestly a hard pill to swallow, because I was just talking to one of my colleagues, and you know, we've gone through 7 days of this being the main headline, and you go and you say and you want to prepare, but you have this thing where those of you out in the public, I understand where you're like, well, what the heck happened? Well, let me just say this. I'm not always going to be 100% right, but I promise you, I will give you everything so accurate that if it does happen, it's going to be legit. So as of right now, I don't think this is going to happen. But if we, for some odd reason, saw storms develop in and around southern Illinois, they would be tornadic. I'm telling you right now, the numbers are just off the charts. So, like I said, just wanted to give you that. Pretty much those of you north of I-57 right now, north of I-64, generalized showers and storms with a hail threat. And then when this main line of storms comes through, please don't let your guard down, because there's still going to be a good threat for tornadoes embedded in this line. So our tornado threat is not over, folks. I'm just saying this first round of storms is starting to dwindle, okay? So don't get that confused with what is to come, because we are still going to see this very strong line of storms. So I don't want to, get you guys all confused, because I know that's easy to do, especially like myself, who likes to just keep talking about stuff and complaining. So like I said, we're going to keep an eye on that storm there. I feel like I've been saying that for the past, 2-3 hours now. So I've been live for 4 hours and 15 minutes. So, yep. Lena, a lot of people want me to be wrong. Trust me. And on a day like today, I'm glad I'm wrong so far. Like I said, accuracy is key. You can, a lot of different people have their own way of forecasting. I try to take mine seriously with trying to be as accurate as possible. And I promise I'm not going to be right all the time. I know that's not something, as a forecaster, you're not going to be 100%. So if you can't accept that, there's no reason for you to be a forecaster. But obviously, like I said, right now, the real main threat for our region is going to be, for right now, 7 p.m. on our very western portions all the way over to St. Louis, and then we'll be impacting with that line of storms through 11 o'clock tonight. Sadly, I hate to say this, but with our tornadic parameters that we have, there's actually going to be some more ingredients kick in here in about an hour or two. So our tornado parameters will actually be increasing more with this line. So I anticipate multiple tornadoes still possible embedded in this line that comes through. So the tornado threat is still going to be high. As a matter of fact, all severe threats will be high as this line moves through. So there's, especially with us not receiving any storms out of this. So we're looking at the Evansville radar right now. That one is starting to go. So we might see our first one. So like I said, this one's trying. We're going to see here. But you can kind of see that little hook there. Like I said, Fairfield, you got one, but it's above the warm front now, so it's north of the warm front. Once this crosses north of the warm front, tornado threat will decrease. One thing to notice, still no lightning. I really thought this one over here by Cesar was going to have a good shot, but it died out. Shania, yeah, you've been kind of in the hot zone all day today, and that's thanks to that warm front. So obviously that was the main area of concern for heavy rainfall, and you're getting that. So I think you've had a couple severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Let's go to one screen. No really reason to have two with velocity right now. But it is currently 5 p.m. Monday, April 27th, 2026. You're listening to the Storm Predictor here in Southern Illinois. Luke Sager here. If this is your first time listening, give me a follow, like. Try to give everybody the best severe weather coverage here in Southern Illinois, and have been for quite some time. I've had many problems with Facebook, so as you can see, I had to rebuild my new page, but I appreciate everybody spreading the word and getting the outreach out there. And that's another thing too. Everybody listening right now, I don't even know how many viewers I have right now, but those of you listening, thank you so much for spreading the word today. It means a lot that we're able to be a team on my page to get the outreach and spread the word of awareness, because this day could have went opposite very quickly. And it still can. I mean, we still have this secondary round to come that could be very significant, but this could have been more significant is what I'm getting at. So I appreciate everybody spreading the word today, especially on a late notice. But as that storm continues to push off to the north. But I don't think there's any new updates that have been from anyone else. So yeah, I think the same confidence level at the National Weather Service is about the same as mine right now. So um, I'm gonna give this, like I said, I'm gonna give this probably about 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna take a breather. Obviously in this stream, and then I will make a new stream for this line that's going to come in, just depending on everything. So, like I said, main time of concern for this line will be 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. So 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. for the entire region. So, as of right now, I do not see these storms getting going. The only one that looks really concerning, if anything, which is over by Carmi. But like I said, I don't know. This is going to be one big mess anyway, so these are all going to die out. The only ones that have a chance are the ones that develop in and around down over here. So we'll keep an eye on those. But yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna give it a couple more scans, but if I don't see anything else, I'm gonna go ahead and end this, and we'll get ready to talk about the line of storms, and I'll go live later on. But definitely glad that this did not pan out to what it could have been. So. So far, I have looked at tomorrow, and it does not look concerning. Actually, believe it or not, all severe weather tomorrow will be along and south of the Ohio River. General showers and storms tomorrow afternoon and evening. Actually, just looking at it real quick. Showers and storms will enter our region right at about 4 or 5 p.m. Severe storms will be in northern Arkansas and western Kentucky and western Tennessee. So we will be all good here in southern Illinois. A nice little rainforest. We're actually looking at about probably anywhere from probably about a ½ inch of rain to an inch of rain additional from what we get tonight. So that is good news. I think a marginal risk of severe weather is around the Ohio, but we should be good. I do not plan to go live tomorrow. Okay. I officially think I'm going to call it. So I don't see anything right now. This is a big mess here in eastern southern Illinois. Our strongest storms are off to our west. These are going to impact us here in a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and end this live. I'm going to take a little breather myself, get acclimated, and then I will bring live continuing coverage for the secondary line of storms here in probably about 1 to 2 hours. So other than that, we're going to continue to monitor here in southern Illinois. Obviously, conditions are very favorable for rapid growth of storms and possibly some violent tornadoes, but we just don't have storm development right now. So if we do see any storms, which are out to our west, once these storms enter southern Illinois, so all of these storms right here, they're already severe. Oh my goodness, that is a bad circle. Let's try that again. So all of these storms right here, when they enter in to this region right in here, this is the area of most dangerous conditions for tornadoes. So when these storms enter this, they are going to be very significant and possibly very dangerous. So do not let your guard down by any means necessary. Round 2 is still to come. We have just survived round 1. That's not to scare anybody. I'm just being honest with you. There's probably going to be some significant severe weather with this still. So hang tight. I'll be back momentarily, but kind of just prepare yourself for more severe weather here in the next hour or two. Okay. Thank you guys so much. That has been round 1 of our 2-round special, and I'll be back here momentarily. I'll probably grab me a drink and yeah. Sit back, relax, and watch this baby come in. So